system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. Rise up now, it's our time to shine. United and free. We'll write a new paradigm, new paradigm. United and free. United and free. United and free. The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I...
All rise, please. The Summit County Court of Common Pleas is now in session. The Honorable Christian Coach presiding.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right, Mr. Nixon, the state of Ohio having rested last Thursday morning, the court did adjourn in order to handle another criminal matter which resolved itself yesterday. So we're back today for resuming the trial. Do you have any witnesses to call, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll
Who's your
call
first witness?
Detective D'Annunzio.
And again, there is an order for separation of witnesses, so I don't know if anyone in the gallery is the other person that you subpoenaed, but if it is, they may not remain in the court until they testify.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Go ahead, please. You may be seated. Keep your voice up. Make sure that microphone is, the light is blue, please. And then if you'll just keep your voice up, speak into the microphone. All right, Mr. Nixon, you may proceed.
Good morning, Detective D'Annunzio. Going back to...
Let's have him spell his name for the record, please.
My first name is Danny, last name is D'Annunzio. It's D''ANNUNZIO.
And for the record, can you state what it is you do as far as your career?
I work for the Akron Police Department. I'm a crime scene detective.
And can you state for the record the credentials as far as how long it would take to become a crime scene detective?
It's an ongoing department. I probably have close to 300 hours of just training through APATA.
Okay, and can you state what your job description would entail?
Our main focus is to supplement case detectives with collection of evidence, analyzing blood spatter, body decoms, just really assisting anything that the case detective needs.
Okay, and taking you back to July 25th of 2022, were you one of the detectives that investigated the crime scene?
Yes.
Can you state for the record what type of crime scene it was?
We received the call that it was a shooting and that a female was shot and being taken to the hospital. We weren't sure of her status at that point.
Okay, and what did you, what were your duties that night at that crime scene?
Duties were to photograph the scene, collect evidence, and to do a crime scene sketch, which involved a 3D Faro scanner.
Okay, and how many crime scenes would you say you've, in your career, have you investigated?
Up until that point,
Yes, sir.
I've been a police officer for 12 years, so anybody can investigate a crime scene on patrol. We also do investigations, but I think at that point I've been in that crime scene unit for a couple months.
So it's safe to say you are you take your job serious and you're professional at what you do, correct?
Sure.
And so I guess my question would be on crime scenes pertaining to evidence and the documentation of what's being found. How do you go about doing that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
My question would be, how do you go about documenting the evidence on any crime scene?
Documenting the evidence?
Yeah, like
well, I mean, in this particular case, the case detective went through and pointed out what pieces of evidence he found relevant to the crime scene. And then we usually, as you can see from the photos, we placard those items of interest. And then we usually take 3 different photographs of the particular piece of evidence, a overall, mid-range, and a close-up of that item. And then we package the material and we take it back to the police station and it gets entered into our CAD system and placed into a DB vault.
Okay, and what is the protocol if the crime scene is disturbed or like, let's say an officer may have moved something on the crime scene? What is the protocol for that? On accident or on purpose, like what
Are
is
you referring to a piece of evidence that was placard?
It wouldn't have been placard. It may have been something on the scene that was looked over or not considered relevant evidence to the actual case. And if it was moved by you or either a person other than you investigating the scene, like what is a procedure? What is a protocol for?
If it's not considered a piece of evidence, if we do notice that a piece of evidence has been disturbed, then it is documented.
And going back to that night, had there been any documentation of anything being moved?
Not to my knowledge.
So you said it was a case detective that was in charge of pointing out what was evidence and what was not evidence, correct?
That is correct.
Can you state for the record what his name would be?
Detective Hornacek.
Detective Hornacek, okay. And at that crime scene, did Detective Hornacek ever was there any information given about weapons other than a gun?
No, just whatever was placard.
Are you the one that placed the placards?
Myself and I believe Detective Frost were both on scene, and we were both placing placards down, if I remember correctly.
Okay, and have you ever accidentally moved evidence before on scene?
Objection.
Sustained. Rephrase it. It's a very broad question.
Are you familiar with that crime scene? Even though it was 2 years ago, are you still familiar with what you took pictures of?
Yes.
Would you be familiar with placard 7?
I believe that was a cell phone.
Did anything stand out to you in that room?
No. And particularly because that room wasn't of any value to us, we determined that that was the person whose ever room it was cell phone, and that was our main objective. Usually, many times when we go to crime scene, we collect all cell phones that we believe that could be related to the suspect's phone. In that particular case, we were able to identify that that was not of any value to us. So that room was pretty much, scratched from being evidence.
And do you remember what was hanging on the wall in that room?
I believe it was maybe a sword or a shield or something that was on the wall. That was the only thing that kind of sticks out.
And was that the only sword or shield or knife that you seen on scene?
That I can remember, yes.
I would like to show you,
You got to turn it, you got to set it all up. Show the prosecutors first what you're going to show them. Just hand them across the table. No, I think they're marked defense exhibits on the back.
The power is on the projector. Just need to change the screen here.
Ken Masich, come out here. I think you have to turn is there an on button for the,
Power is on. It's blue light.
I think you got to lift it up at least, I think. And then flip the camera over. And then,
Power is on. Yeah.
and then I have no idea.
Your Honor, as they're setting that up, is it possible I can hand them to the detective, let him,
Yep.
Detective
Yeah,
Denunzio?
tell me what exhibits they are. Defense exhibits, what?
Exhibit E, D, and F,
D, E, and F?
and I.
Okay, thank you.
Detective Denunzio, could you take a look at these pictures? And see if you recognize?
Thank you, Deb.
Okay. That's good. Yep.
Yes, those are the photos I took.
Okay, and is that you in the mirror? In the picture?
More than likely, yes.
Okay. And do you see the object under the blue basket?
Yeah. So you got to identify a exhibit so we know which one he's looking at.
Okay, it's probably going to be F.
Okay.
Do you want to look at them? Here.
Do you want to go up there and use
Yes, ma'am.
it's set up finally now. So before you put it up there, let me know what exhibit you're putting up there, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, the monitor's on a swing arm.
So the first exhibit I would like to show you, Detective D'Annunzio, would be Exhibit F.
So, Mr. Villette, you might have to help with the auto, bright, whatever. Oh, that's better.
Yeah. Okay, Detective D'Annunzio, it's pretty far away, but
Oh, would you hit clear on your screen, please? See at the bottom of this.
Oh, yes.
Never mind, he handled it, thanks.
can you see the blue basket?
Yes.
Or closed hamper, whatever you want to call it. And there's an object under it. Can you see it? I guess it's laying on top of that. The blue basket is laying on top of that object. Can you see the object?
There's a lot of stuff over there, but yes.
Okay, I'm going to zoom in for you. Can you see it now?
Yes.
And just off of what you see right now, do you recognize what that may be?
Some kind of bladed item.
Pardon me?
Some kind of bladed item.
You said bladed item?
Bladed.
In your professional opinion, well, first, can you see the serrated edge and
Yes.
what it looks to be like a saw, maybe, on the other side?
Yep.
And are you familiar with machetes?
Somewhat, not an expert on it.
Okay. So you said it looked like to be a bladed item, so I'll ask you to take a look at, well, one thing, do you see the item that's on top of the bladed item?
There's something there. Yeah, I can't make out what it is.
Looks like a cylinder type shape.
Water bottle, cylinder or something, yes.
Okay. I asked you to take a look at Exhibit I for me. Can you identify what you're looking at?
A large knife, machete of some sort.
Okay. And do you see the serrated edge as well as the saw on either side?
Yes.
In your personal opinion, would that match what was in your picture?
Objection.
Sustained, rephrase.
In your personal opinion, does it look familiar or does it look similar to what was in your picture?
Objection.
Overruled, you may answer.
Similar, yes.
And may I ask why this wouldn't be considered evidence?
I'm sorry, you said why it could not be considered?
Why
evidence?
wasn't it considered evidence?
What are you referring to? That exhibit or what's in the photograph?
Pardon me. I was referring to Exhibit F of the blade-like object under the basket. It's asking basically why wasn't it considered evidence on the crime scene?
Typically, we don't collect every knife, gun, and things on a scene. It could have been said the same thing for the sword that was hanging up on the wall, knives in the kitchen. This particular case, there was a firearm involved, so we weren't considering that part of evidence, and more so, even that whole entire room wasn't considered evidence at that time.
Okay. Your Honor, I didn't bring both pictures. There's another exhibit I'd like to show him.
Tell Mr. Pierre which one you want.
It should be in there. Actually, it's not in this stuff. Step over there. Your Honor, this is Exhibit H.
All right, show the state of Ohio.
Detective D'Annunzio, can you take a look at this picture for me? Detective D'Annunzio, did you recognize this picture?
Yes.
I kind of took it from you a little fast. I don't know if you got to actually examine it, but I'm going to put it on the screen. So Exhibit H. Is it safe to say that this is another angle of the same picture at the same, around the same time
Yes.
of the same room? And in this picture, do you see that same blade that you identified in Exhibit F?
Yes.
And in this picture, are you able to see that object that was on top of the blade?
Yes.
And do you see the direction in which the object is laying on the
Yes.
blade? Was that a yes?
Yes.
Would you happen to know how that was moved?
I do not.
So in Exhibit H, that object on top of the machete is laying across it. Is that safe to say?
Yes.
Okay, and in Exhibit F, that same item appears to be moved.
Yes.
Do you know how that would have happened if you're the one in the picture?
There's several contributing factors. One, I don't even know what the object is. So if it's an empty can or plastic bottle, the back sliding window door was open. If it's a lighter item, maybe wind could have disturbed it. If you also go back to Exhibit F, there's also cat food right next to it. Many times we'll store animals in rooms that are not evidentiary. So that could have been a factor too of the cat going over there to get the food. Or it's a possibility that an officer could have been, even myself, bumped into it while taking photos.
So, seeing that it wasn't marked as evidence, you wouldn't have made a report about that being knocked over, or was there?
Sometimes if a room is disturbed, we will document certain things, sure. But like I said, in this factor, we wouldn't have put an animal in there, or, at the initial time, we thought placard 7 was going to be evidence from the cell phone that was plugged in, and it was later determined that that cell phone belonged to the renter or owner of the apartment.
So it's safe to say that you didn't. It may have been moved by you or either another officer, and it wasn't investigated. Didn't look at it as it was.
I mean,
Anything.
like I mentioned earlier, if we noticed that something was disturbed, then we would document it. In this particular case, nobody was even looking at this because it wasn't considered part of the scene.
And you stated that it was a shooting. That's what was told to you by the lead investigating detective, correct?
I think initially it was the officer on scene, the sergeant on scene, Sergeant Casto.
So in situations where there's several different, in situations where there's evidence or what could be evidence scattered around the apartment or a home, you guys don't make case notes or anything like that, like document it in any type of way? Seeing that you don't know what actually happened yet because you're still investigating it.
I'm not sure what you mean referring to when you say case notes. There was a report that was done, and each photo was documented to the best of our ability for the time.
What I'm saying is, if you were to walk into a room and there's a knife or something laying on the ground, wouldn't you have wrote it down and identified it, even if it wasn't to be used or identified as evidence of interest in the case? It would still should be documented, correct?
No, like I mentioned, there's a sword on the wall, as you can see in one of the photos, and there's also kitchen knives to go through everything inside of a house and pick out things that aren't relevant is not something we typically do. Like I said, this particular case, I believe the incident happened in the south side living room, so we documented the evidence there.
Okay. Now you state there's stuff like kitchen knives,
Sure.
and drawers and stuff like that, or in a dish rack or some sort, maybe even in the kitchen sink, but you didn't strike this as odd that, or anything of interest that is laying on the floor under a basket in plain sight, not hanging on the wall. It's
I'm sorry, what's the question? Do I find it?
basically you didn't find that as evidence of interest, basically?
No.
Okay. So if you don't know what happened, regardless if your investigating officer tells you on scene, like, okay, it was a shooting, and you don't know what happened, wouldn't this still be along the lines of investigating?
Not necessarily. Many times I don't want to know all the case facts when pertaining to certain cases, so that way I can kind of keep an unbiased opinion and process evidence according to not what I'm being told, but just without knowing what the full circumstances could be.
And have you had any more? Have you gained any more knowledge into the case, this particular case?
I have not.
So you wouldn't know, like, if that was used or not.
No.
Was there blood found in this room?
No.
But it's safe to say that this is a blade-type object, correct?
Objection.
Basis?
Speculation.
If you know it, if you know, or you can surmise what you believe that is, you can answer. Overruled.
I believe, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
In your personal opinion or your expert opinion, is it safe to say that this is a blade-type object?
Yes.
Objection.
Overruled. Did you answer?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And is it safe to say that it, although not identifiably matches Exhibit I to the T, but it does have a resemblance of the serrated edge and the saw, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nixon. Prosecutor Villette.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective. With this crime scene, you worked in conjunction with Detective Frost,
Yes.
and the two of you documented through video and photographs what appeared to be relevant evidence
Yes.
to the best of your abilities.
Yes.
And that was based upon information provided by the case detectives who were on scene?
Yes.
And to clarify, this was a shooting in the main living room and not in this back bedroom?
Correct.
And the information that you were provided was the persons who might have come through this room came through the front portion of that room to exit the side door, the side patio door?
The north side door, yes.
And the reason for placard 7 in these photographs was to document that the phone that was found in that room, in that portion of the room?
Correct.
So this room itself was not the physical crime scene as far as where the shooting occurred?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the basis?
He's merely speculating. The detective does not know where the actual crime has happened. Seeing is that it was still under investigation at the time.
Noted and overruled. I mean, it's based on what you were advised of when you arrived at the scene.
Yes.
Detective, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, overruled. You may answer.
You mentioned there being a cat.
Yes.
Do you remember this cat?
I do.
And you mentioned that in doing your work, you would have to move the cat or lock it in different rooms?
Yes.
So this item that we saw moved, could it have been moved by the cat?
Yes, especially since I noticed just from the photo that was brought in Exhibit F, I believe, that there was cat food right next to it.
And then this bladed object that you were asked about.
Yes.
By the photo, it appeared that it was under a lot of other stuff.
Yes.
And based on the information you were provided, it did not appear relevant to the shooting itself.
Right. Yes.
And if it had appeared relevant to document whatever this object was, would you have had to have moved those other things to safely handle that object?
Yes.
And have just a moment, Your Honor. And just to be clear, while you're provided information of, say, locations to make sure you take photographs of, you were not provided detailed case facts prior to this, and you're documenting things, correct?
Correct.
And that's so as to not influence how you photograph items
Yes.
and otherwise document their appearance?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect, Mr. Nixon?
Yes, Your Honor. You stated that it was a household cat.
Yes.
Are you sure that it was a cat?
Yes. I believe when we got on scene, I was told that there was another animal inside the house, such as a dog, that was removed prior.
No further questions.
You may step down, Detective.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the subpoena for Lyndon Gales was
Lyndon Gales?
for 1 o'clock.
Okay.
So we're not sure if he's here. If
Well, it is only 5 to 11. Sure, thank you.
Your Honor, I was informed that he's still not here yet.
All right, do you have any other witnesses?
No, I do not.
So after you call him, if he shows up, you're resting your case? Just asking.
No, I would.
Are you planning on testifying?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you have a right not to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand if you choose not to testify, your silence cannot be used in an effort to assert your guilt or prove your guilt by the state of Ohio?
Yes, Your Honor.
No conclusions can be drawn by your choice not to testify on your behalf. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Furthermore, do you understand, since you are representing yourself in testifying, I will not expect you to ask yourself questions and then answer them. I will permit you to give a narrative of what transpired. You will be subjected to cross-examination by the state of Ohio. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
So because you did not subpoena him for 1 o'clock and it's 11, and we must finish today with testimony, if you're planning on testifying, I think you should do it now, and you can call him at 1 o'clock if he appears. Are you prepared for that? Or do you want about 20 minutes to talk to Mr. Perry before you take the stand?
I would like to talk to co-counsel.
Okay. All right, so it's 5 to 11. We'll adjourn at 11:30. You can go back in the jury room and you two can have a conversation, and then when we come out, we'll proceed with the rest of your case.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We're adjourned. I know, I added. It's okay. I added.
Good job, Terry.
Thank you. May be seated. So over the break, Mr. Nixon, I had Mr. Masich contact the sheriff's office. Your subpoena for Mr. Gales was attempted to be served on Monday, and due to Mr. Gales not residing at that address anymore, they were unable to serve him with that subpoena for testimony today at 1 o'clock.
Yes, Your Honor, I was advised by co-counsel that on talking to the state, they have the address of where to subpoena him.
Ms. Easter, do you have Mr. Gales' current address?
I have Mr. Gill's, no, to answer your question, I do not have his current address. I have his parents. And that was troublesome for the state prior to trial. I went out there twice, left stuff, but evidently he gets it when he visited his parents. And he came Tuesday morning, but since I did not know he was going to be here, I let him go because we got the evidence in other ways. This is before any testimony that defendant brought out from any lay witness.
Give Mr. Masich that address so he can have them go out and serve a subpoena today.
Okay.
I will have him ordered to be here at 2:30. If he's not here at that time, Mr. Nixon, we're going to proceed. So if you can provide that address to Mr. Masich, he will then prepare a subpoena from the court for Mr. Gales to appear today.
Okay.
Your Honor, there is a issue that I have with my other witness so when I put in my criminal rule 16 and I asked the state for all evidence, there was a document that wasn't given or provided by them, but I had received it through my co-counsel when he was representing me, and it was Detective McConnell, a BCI report of Detective McConnell, and I would like, basically I'm asking is it possible that I can have time to subpoena him as well?
So what, who does he work for?
APD.
All right, and what did he do?
He was one of the detectives in my case.
I know, what did he do? What do you expect his testimony to be?
In his report, it states a narrative that matches my narrative that doesn't match the state's narrative. So I need him to clarify where he got that information from, because he didn't interview me. And if his narrative matches my narrative, and
Your co-counsel wants to have a conversation with you.
Your Honor.
Right, do you have the address?
Oh, yes.
I need that done ASAP.
If Joe.
Your Honor,
Hand it to one of the deputies and let me see it, please. Thank you, Deputy. this is a submission sheet to BCI regarding items that were placarded that they're asking BCI to evaluate or test. The statements that are highlighted on that report appear to be, I guess, a short narrative of the facts. Whether Detective McConnell got those from another detective and/or interviewed people regarding that. Those statements in that report are hearsay. They're not admissible. As for whether or not they bolster or confirm your version of events is inappropriate under the rules of evidence with regards to testimony as to veracity and truthfulness. I would permit you to subpoena him and ask him where he got that information, but whether or not that information is true or accurate is not coming in the court, because statements on that report in and of themselves are hearsay. You could question him as to where he got that information from, and that may lead to additional questions. So I would indicate to you, this is the pitfalls of representing yourself. These subpoenas should have been done prior to the start of trial. If we can get him over here this afternoon to proceed to testify, great, but I am not going to draw this out any longer due to the fact that this was, not done in advance of the start of our trial. So, Detective Hornacek, is it McConnell? Is that who it is?
Yes, ma'am.
What shift does Detective McConnell work? Do you know?
He works first shift.
So could be working right now?
I don't know what his schedule is, but I do know that he does work first shift.
First shift is 7, 8, or whatever?
He's in the property room, so it should be 9 p.m. to whatever. I don't know if they work 10-hour shifts or 8-hour shifts.
Were you going to say something?
I indicate, Judge, I got his number from the report that I saw there. I was transferred to his office this morning. I left a voicemail for him. So my understanding, he actually is in the office today, but he wasn't there when I called then.
Okay. All right, so Detective Hornacek, I'm going to ask that you step out, contact him, and ask him to be here at 2:30 this afternoon. And I will either issue a subpoena if he needs one, or a court order, whatever he prefers. Or he could just come of his own volition because I'm asking. All right. So that all being said, we'll see where we're at with regards to McConnell and getting a subpoena and seeing if the sheriffs can actually serve that on the Gale residence today, or on his parents' house, I guess. If he's there and he is personally served and he does not appear, I'll issue a material witness warrant. If he does not reside there and they do not accept service of that subpoena, then there's no further action that this court is prepared to take, and/or any other accommodations that this court will make in lieu of the fact that you have chosen to represent yourself. So with that, are you prepared to testify, Mr. Nixon?
Your Honor, if I may ask that I would like to testify after we get notice if the witnesses are coming or not.
So we have a lapse of 3 hours between now and the time anybody potentially could be here. So my request, I understand that you, how you want to proceed with your case, but I will indicate to you this much. I am not a jury. I can parse out evidence and testimony. And so I am going to indicate that if you intend to testify for yourself, which you're not required to do, you are expected to do that now. If somehow the testimony of either of these witnesses, if they show up, adds something, I will let you retake the stand to address those issues.
Yes, ma'am.
So are you choosing to testify?
Yes,
Knowing
ma'am.
that you do not have to?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and as I indicated, you are not expected to ask yourself questions and then answer them. You may give a narrative. And
Is
then,
it-
are you going to be using the technology, or are you going to just refer to exhibits?
Let me use the.
I'm still going to have you sit in the witness stand. Mr. Perry will help then. When you need to look at an exhibit, he'll put them up on the monitor. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Go ahead and have a seat. You know what to do. Keep your voice up, speak into the microphone, and then start with telling us your full name and spell your last name.
My name is Quinton Nixon. Quinton Valdez. Nixon, Nixon.
All right. All right, Mr. Nixon, you may proceed.
Basically, today I'm testifying on my behalf as into the events that happened prior and at the time of the incident. Person whose house it happened at is Angel McClain. She had a roommate named Ron Crew. I've known Angel McClain for at least 3 years. She was dating an uncle of mine. I had just had a birthday, July 18th, so I believe a couple days later, she had asked to come pick me up from my mother's house. She wanted to see me, as well as I agreed to help her find a stolen vehicle. I believe it was some vehicle that her ex-boyfriend had stolen, a white Nissan Maximum with tinted windows. She picked me up with a friend, seeing that she didn't have a vehicle. We went back to her house, and that's when I had met Adam Wright, I guess he was there. At the time I was introduced to Adam Wright, I remembered him from a mutual friend of my uncle and I, maybe a couple years ago. I seen him in passing, and yeah, it wasn't awkward or anything like that. It was just I guess he was there staying at Angel's house. He had just came back in town from, I believe, Alabama or Florida. I'm not sure which one. At the time, I didn't know that he was Angel's ex-boyfriend. She never told me that. At any time did she tell me that. I actually heard it from him. I guess he was on the run or whatever. And he had just needed a place to stay. Angel said he was homeless or whatever. And in him staying there at that time, he I guess rambled on about why he was back and a situation with him and his I guess brother Brian Fielders. I heard of the people they run with in the streets or whatever, and I don't really involve myself around those people, but I've heard of them. So I guess as the day progressed, we talked about him knowing my family. A couple of my uncles last seen me. Like I said, it was some years since I had last seen Adam. He seemed cool. He seemed down to earth. Wasn't any problems or whatever. At the time, me and Angel hadn't really spoke on us like being a thing. I think she testified that she called me her nephew. As the days progressed, that went out the window. Prior to the incident, a day before I was introduced to Brian, me and Angel had drove Adam to, I guess, mend the beef with Brian. We drove Ron Cruz's truck. 'Cause like I said, Angel didn't have a car. And the couple of days that I was there, I was helping her look for it. We would go to Tap Tap searching for it. I guess she had testified and said she had made a report about it, which I didn't know any report about her car being stolen. It was just me helping her out, you know. And, so Adam had asked us to take him to Brian's house. And at the time, I didn't know, never been there. I don't know Brian. I'm not really a friendly kind of guy, but people like me, if that makes any sense. So we drove him out there, and on the way there, Angel's like bugging out, saying they're gonna kill him. I don't think this is a good idea. And around this time, this is when Adam is telling me like, yeah, it's my guy, but I stole his car, went to Alabama. Me and the girl fell out who we had the car, and the car got lost. And I guess a picture of Brian's kid was in the car. And I guess that's where the beef started between them two. And because I guess Adam stated that Brian felt like he stole from him, or something of that nature. So on our way there, Angel's freaking out. Mind you, I didn't know that Angel knew Brian. I assumed that she did. She testified and said that she didn't know him. But it was kind of a shock to me and Adam that Angel did know of Brian or knew Brian. I guess the house was in Springfield. On the way there, he was telling me how, yeah, dude is crazy. He was stating that Brian was aggressive, known for doing.
Objection, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Nixon, you have to testify about what you know and not about what other people told you.
Okay. Well, I was just laying out.
I understand, but you referring back to what other people have testified to is appropriate for closing argument, but for your testimony, it's about your knowledge and what you did.
Okay. At any point, will I be able to play evidence?
Depends what the foundation is and if it's appropriate. So
Okay.
we'll rule on that when you get there.
Yes, ma'am. Angel was tweaking out, I guess. Like, she's crying. Like, she's like, I don't want to take him. I'm like, I don't think we should then. Adam's like, I'm still going if y'all not going to take me or not. So I rode with Angel to protect her. And she drove him because I guess that was her ex-boyfriend. And so we get there, we pull up, Adam gets out. I look at Adam and I say, I don't think this is a good idea, bro. He said, y'all can just pull off. I'll call you if I need you. And as we're pulling off, I see him go in the house. I guess the house was in Springfield. I never been there. Don't know who lives there at the time. An hour went by. Me and Angel had went around the corner and went to the store, sat and waited for Adam to call, I guess, to see if he needed a ride back. Adam did call. By now, she's like calming down because she heard his voice. And because she thought something bad was going to happen to Adam when he went there. So Adam gets back in the car. I'm in the front seat. Angel's driving. And then we about to pull out. And then Brian gets in the car. He runs up to the car and he gets in. And I guess I give Angel this look like, and she gives me a look like I don't, she didn't object to it though. Like, she was cool with it. Brian gets in. He's talking to Angel. He's saying, what's up? He's saying, he looks at me, asks me who I was. I told him who I was. And first thing he said was, oh, I see you got a lot of jewelry on. I'm like, I said something of the nature, yeah, I do my thing when I can. And somehow, some way, he's like, I want to come back to the house and kick it with y'all. I don't know what for. no one objects to this. Adam didn't object to it. He seemed cool with it. We hadn't talked if they squashed the beef or not. So it's like, I guess, on assumption, if you cool with him coming back to the house with us, everything cool. So we rode back to Angel McClain's house, and when we get in the house, can't remember who was there for real. I don't know if Ron and that girl Ashley was in the back, but we are in the living room. Adam sits down. Angel's running back and forth doing something. And Brian's attention, like, it just locks on me, kind of. And I guess he's like trying to feel me out. And so we get I wouldn't say we were friendly, buddy, pow, pow. It was more so like, oh yeah, I do this, oh yeah, I do that. And that's when he brought up that he rapped, or he had a music deal of some sort. He was showing me on his Facebook, on my phone. He asked me for my phone, and I gave him my phone, and he pulled up his Facebook. And a mutual rapper that we both know, I guess he had a record deal, but he was telling me how he was always in trouble, and the label wanted him to stay out of trouble, this, that, and the third. And then it went into us freestyling, which is just rapping, turning on beats and just rapping, basically. And I didn't think anything of it. Angel kind of left me alone with him. Adam's in the living room, not paying attention to us, which was weird because you just said that this guy, you thought he was Angel thought he was gonna kill you or whatever, and y'all had beef or whatever. So at this point, his attention is on me. And I guess we sat there and rapped for like maybe 2-3 hours. By the time we had got back to the house, it was pretty late though. Like 2-3 hours. So before he left the house, he sent me a friend request, but he used my phone. He was like, yeah, just check me out. Maybe we can get in the studio together, da-da-da-da-da. And basically, trying to get cool or close to me, as I seen it, now that I look back on it. He ends up leaving. I end up checking on Adam. He was asleep on the couch. Brian leaves. I'm not sure if I went and stayed the night in Angel's room or I slept on the couch. Me and Angel hadn't had sexual intercourse at this time yet, so I might have slept on the couch. And woke up the next day, and everything was cool, I guess. Adam had some stuff. He had to do some errands, I guess, trying to get his money together to do God knows what, I don't know. Me and Angel were in her room listening to music. And I was just basically speaking to her, letting her know, like, yeah, I like you. I've been liking you. Like, some people call it running game, I guess. And we ate breakfast. She made breakfast, and then her daughter came over. Angel's daughter came over, Nevaeh, and I was in the room. I haven't seen Nevaeh since Angel was speaking with my uncle. So when Nevaeh seen me, the first thing she said was, "What are you doing here?" I'm like, "I'm here for your mom." She slapped me in the back of my head, like, "Why are you here?" And I didn't think anything of it. You know, me and her were close. We got the same birthday, July 18th. And so she I can't explain it. When she slapped me in the back of my head, she looked at me like, "You shouldn't be here," type look. But she was happy to see me. And then she was telling me about her mom's ex-boyfriend or whatever, some guy that.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Not specifically what she said, just who the person is and how it's relevant.
I guess Angel has a background of getting around, basically what I'm getting at. And I knew that guy too. Once again, mind you, I didn't know that she was dealing with Adam on an intimate level. So after her daughter left, we continued to listen to music in the room, and then my uncle comes over, and he knows all these people, like everyone. He knows Ron, he knows Angel, he knows Adam. He knows a few of the stragglers that's in and out. So last time I seen him, he was living with me. But I guess you could say I was happy to see him. Now I have messages and evidence that state the actual date from when she came and got me to leading up to the incident of July 25th.
Like instant messages on your phone?
Yes.
What exhibit are they? Do you have them marked?
No, man, we weren't able to print them off. They're on the actual floppy. That's not my phone. My phone is the other one. There should be another one up if you look at the bottom. Yep. Nope, to the left. Yep. Yep. I guess while that's loading, I can continue. So my uncle came over. We weren't on bad terms. I just wasn't agreeing with I wasn't agreeing with how he was living at the time. And I had previously tried to help him out. He stayed with me or whatever. And just petty disagreements. Me trying to help him. So when he gets there, I didn't know at the time how he arrived. So we stepped out, and I was speaking to him about his brother and how me and his brother was on bad terms at the time about some money. And I recognized the vehicle that he was in, and the vehicle that he was in was a mutual family member's. And it's like a Jeep Wagoneer or something like that. And I recognized whose it was, and he didn't have any money. I had a few dollars on me. He was like, I need to return this vehicle to such and such. And I'm like, well, take it back. He was like, well, that's the thing. She let me use it, but I didn't come back when I was supposed to. So I need you to call her and tell her that you're going to return it. And I'm like, no, I'm not about to involve myself in that. She let you borrow her vehicle, you take it back. So my uncle was like, well, I don't have any money. So he asked me for a couple dollars to get gas, and I gave him the gas money. And he went, got the gas, and he pulled right back up instead of leaving and taking the vehicle we were supposed to go. We had like a brief argument about it. He was basically, I felt like something was off. He like, nephew, if you could just call her and let her know that I dropped the vehicle off to you, maybe you could bring it to her, she can come get it from you. I just don't want to see her. I'm like, no, I don't want no parts of that, whatever. I don't know what you're going to do. I gave you the money. You should have just took it back. Long story short, he never took the vehicle back. It sat in the driveway. We went into the home. Angel's friend, who initially came and picked me up from my mother's house with her, we went to her house, and she was showing us her house, said she needed some work done. I can't tell you where it was. It was a big ranch-style house. I told her I'm good with carpentry or whatnot, and just basically randomly appraising the little work that she needed done. So we ended up leaving her home, going back to Angel's house. Around that time, it was an agreement that me, Adam, Angel, and my uncle and her friend were gonna have dinner that night all together. So Angel cooked, and I really just spent most of that time talking to my uncle, trying to figure out what he had going on. And I don't really know what he had going on. He was kind of everywhere with his thoughts. there was meth being used. I don't know where they got it from. I didn't come to the house with drugs. But snorting it, smoking it. There was no alcohol. I think that would explain some of the sporadic conversations we were having. So moving forward, a few other people had came over, and the conversation about a vehicle that I own had came up, and the only person that knew that I owned this vehicle, this was right before dinner, the only person that knew that I owned this vehicle was my uncle. I bought the vehicle from his brother, and I still owe his brother a couple dollars on it. I say like $1,000. And it was an '85 Camaro. 1985 Camaro. It was street value like 10 grand right now as it sat. And one of either Angel's friends or Ron's friends or one of their friends, he had a Camaro outside as well, but it was a newer model, T-top. And the conversation came up about my car, and they asked if I wanted to sell it. I told them no, I don't want to sell it. It has historical plates on it. Somewhere in this conversation, the guy asked me if I think his name was Ed, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. He was the guy that had a Camaro. He asked me if I wanted to trade my car for his car. I said no. Then him and my uncle went into the kitchen and spoke privately about something. I went to the bathroom to use the bathroom. They didn't have any toilet paper, so I was stuck in the bathroom, basically. So I'm screaming to anybody that's out there, like, I need some toilet paper. They took forever, it seemed like. But as I'm waiting, I just hear it's real quiet out there. Like, it's real quiet out in the living room and in the kitchen where they were talking. Now, I know that Angel's in the kitchen and she's cooking, but it's weirdly, eerily quiet out there. Long story short, they finally come with the toilet paper, come out the bathroom, and after washing my hands, and there's another person there. It's a female, some young female, I guess, that lived in the area. Her and Angel called each other sister or something like that, of that nature. And so basically, there was just a house full of people. I guess they had traffic in and out. I don't know. I didn't live there, so I can't control people's traffic coming in and out their home. But they're still talking about my car. And then now my uncle is like, nephew, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to take this truck and take it back to, or no, I need you to take this truck and ride with the guy who had the Camaro. My uncle ended up leaving in the guy's Camaro, and I don't know what transpired. I don't know if, I don't know. I really couldn't tell you. I don't know if he sold the vehicle or what. But my uncle ended up leaving in the guy's Camaro, and the truck is still outside. But before he left, my uncle was like, I need you to ride with him to take this truck somewhere. I'm like, I don't know him, and I don't know what you're on, basically. I don't know what your motive or your where your mind is right now, but I'm not getting in that car with this man I don't know. And I'm like, if anything, I'll ride with you and we can leave. He like, no, you know, Angel cooking dinner, that's weird. Don't do that. I'm like, well, you were invited too. So why are you leaving? And why are you leaving in this man's car? And my uncle ends up crying. He's crying for some reason. I don't know why he's crying. I'm asking him, what's wrong? What's wrong? He's not telling me. It didn't put me on alert, but it made me feel like, it made me feel weird. Like, I couldn't tell you, like, why are you crying? What did you do? That's basically what I'm asking him. Like, what did you do? Why are you crying? He's like, nothing. I'll talk to you about it later. So he ended up leaving in the car. He wouldn't take me with him. I end up going back into the apartment. Angel, Adam are upstairs. The guy, Ed, ends up pulling off in the mutual family member's vehicle. Now, I don't know where they took it. I don't know where he took the vehicle. I don't know what just happened. I don't know what just transpired. I don't know. So I go in the house and I tell Angel, I'm like, I told her what just happened. She's like, yeah, your uncle been on some weird stuff lately, da-da-da-da. He gets real nervous around my people. And he started acting weird and doing dumb stuff. I didn't understand what she meant, my people. Like, what you talking about? She was like, yeah, we like a family, da-da-da-da. These are all my people. She was talking about Adam, Ed, Ron, Brian. These are all her people, basically. And so I asked him, like, so why did he just pull off in your people's car and leave our mutual family member's car out there, and then that guy took her truck? And Adam interjected and said, don't worry about it, bro. Don't worry about it. And I'm like, what you mean don't worry about it? The person whose car he just rode off in is like an auntie to me. So I'm kind of worried about it. Like, why wouldn't I be? He like, no, your uncle owed us something. He owed us some money or something. And I don't remember my uncle ever telling me he owed him anything. I kept asking him what was wrong. Like I said, he said he would talk to me about it later. I never ended up seeing my uncle after that. He didn't come back to the home that night. He didn't eat dinner with us. He was gone, so I felt kind of weird, but my trust basically was in Angel. Mind you, like I said, I've known her for a couple of years. She dated my uncle's brother, so it was kind of like a family thing, but I was attracted to her. No disrespect. I was trying to have sex with her. So we end up eating dinner, and Adam, Angel, and one other person, I believe the girl that was there, it wasn't Ashley, it was the girl that lived in the area. They were talking about how they were going to take a trip to either Virginia or something, and they were speaking about my uncle, like, yeah, he did good. Like, we needed that truck, basically. And I'm like, man, what is y'all talking about? They're like, we needed that truck. Well, we about to use it. I'm like, what you mean use it? Like, you asking too many questions. I'm like, not really. Angel was like, that's enough, that's enough. And she kind of quieted me down from asking them the questions and stuff. So I'm like, Angel called my uncle. She was like, you know he don't have a phone. I'm like, you're right. And yeah, I guess we got to talking about people, the people that they know. It's a couple of people in the streets that I ran across myself, that also my uncle had ran across. I guess there was some type of beef between him and a mutual person that we knew. And just a random conversation, but it never left me because I didn't understand why they just swapped cars. At the time, Adam was doing something with a printer or something. I don't know what he was doing. We ate dinner. And Angel was like, can you ride with me to go check some of the taps, see if we could find the guy that stole my car? And we rode around again, looking for her car at a couple taps. We couldn't find it. Then I believe we ended up stumbling across it at a tap on the north side. Or we thought it was her car. It was a white Maximum that matched her car, but it ended up not being her car. I went inside. I asked the people inside the place. And the owner came out with the keys, like, yeah, this is my car. Long story short, we went back. She was pretty upset that she couldn't find her car. Then I believe Ron and Angel had went to the store. They had went to the store. And I found that weird because normally when you there with a woman, the woman doesn't want to leave you out of anything, especially if she's like interested in you. So she didn't invite me to the store. She said, I'll be back. I'm about to run and go grab cigarettes or whatever. And so I was in her bedroom. And mind you, I had a whole nother female that was looking for me for the past couple of days. So I was kind of like hiding my phone for real. So when she left, I got on my phone and seeing that I was getting all these messages from the other female. And I hear the door open. And then I come out, and it's Brian. Brian comes in, he's like, I don't know what you want to call it. He's like sketchy, real weirded out type, tweaking out. And he's like, he comes in talking about he thinks his girl is trying to set him up. Mind you, I don't know who this girl is he's talking about. He's talking about some spy app. I never even seen a spy app, never knew it existed. He was explaining to me, like, yeah, you can clone somebody's phone and see what they're doing on their phone, da-da-da-da. He was like, matter of fact, you got your phone? I'm like, yeah. He was like, let me see your phone. I gave him my phone. He's like, you probably got the same app on your phone. You don't even know it. Angel probably put it on yours. So he's really like bugging out. Like, but I'm not thinking anything of it. Like, I'm just thinking he tripping. So I would say like almost a good hour. He was talking to me about a spy app. And that's when Adam made the comment, like, how did you get over here, bro? He was like, oh, I got Toni in the car. Adam told him to call Toni up. Brian had already been in the home for at least an hour. I could visibly see the gun on his hip. But I wasn't thinking anything of it. Adam has his gun. He's walking around with it in his shoulder, like under his armpit right here. He's doing something with curling iron, something. And I don't know what he was doing. He told Brian, like, you're tripping, bro. And I told him he was tripping too. I'm like, yeah, I ain't got none of that on my phone. And I told him, like, yeah, I don't even let nobody really see my phone. And he was looking through it, like he was like, I bet you that app is on here. I bet you it. Looking through it. I don't know if he found it or not. He was like, yeah, man, my girl, it's this app, man, where you could be in a full conversation with a person, but then you'll hear them answer, or they'll ask you a question and they answer, and then she says random things. Like, he was trying to demonstrate, I guess, how the app works. He was talking about mini microphones. They got little ballpoint pen microphones that you can't even see. It'll be in their ear or attached to their clothing, and they're just talking, and you don't know that they're talking to somebody else. That phone could be transmitting to a police or a DEA agent. So when as he explaining this to me, he's looking up stuff in my phone, showing me, like, yeah, you see this? This is one of them. Now we in the kitchen. He was like, yeah, you see this? This is another one. He just kept showing me him. And at that time, I'm like, bro, I don't know what you're talking about. You tripping. Give me my phone back. He was like, hold on, wait, I'm about to show you. So he kept looking for the app. In my head, I'm like, man, is you trying to put it on my phone or something? Like, it's not on there. I don't let people see my phone like that. He was like, you never know. Angel might have put it on your phone. Females is sneaky, da-da-da-da, this, that, and the third. I'm like, yeah, I don't think she did that. So then, like I said, this is when Adam had, it's like an hour had went past. This is when Adam like, yeah, who you come here with, bro? And he said, Toni. He was like, you just gonna leave her in the car? So I guess Brian either texted her or called her. I'm pretty sure he texted her to come up. And he still had my phone. He got his phone. Adam got his gun out under his armpit. Brian got the gun on his hip. Toni comes in, and then right after Toni comes in, I believe that's when Ron and Angel come back from the store. And he's like still having this conversation. Toni sits down on the far edge of the closest to Angel's room where the hallway is. I got pictures to show, the exhibits to show you where she was sitting. If I could actually use the.
Well, okay, yeah, we'll change it over to dot camera. Then tell Mr. Perry what exhibit you want. Do you have it up there with you?
I believe it's in this stack right here, if I'm not mistaken. No, there must be another one. Yeah. So it's not in this stack. Oh, excuse me, it's right here. So I drew the diagram of the home.
It's all right, have them put it up on the screen, and then you can use the markers on the bottom of the screen to indicate anything you want to point out.
This is a demonstrative exhibit.
He indicated he drew it. I'm going to indicate it's not to scale, most likely.
To the best of my ability.
That's fine.
I should have used white paper, excuse me.
Are you zoomed out as far as possible? There we go. Now the whole thing's in there.
I think it's just a kind of paper you have it on.
Yeah. I can see it on my screen pretty well.
Okay.
It's like auto-correcting.
Okay.
So you said Toni was in the couch closest to Angel's room.
Right here.
All
That's
right.
Toni.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Brian were in the kitchen, but we all came and sat down. So Brian's right here.
Use an X for where you were.
I'm right here.
Which is the couch by the door, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And Adam is right here.
Which is the same couch, but away from the door.
Yes,
That
ma'am.
you were sitting on.
Yes, ma'am.
That's just for purposes of the record, so people reviewing this may know what you're referring to. Go ahead.
Yes,
Oh, and we're
ma'am.
going to mark this as Defense Exhibit J, I think. All right, go ahead, Mr. Nixon.
At this time, Brian still has my cell phone. Toni just came up. He introduced her as his girl. Adam's gun is now sitting on the ledge of the couch, the arm on the couch like this. He's doing something, looking through papers, something that he was doing with the printer. I'm not sure exactly what he was doing, but Brian is still talking about this app. And like I said, Angel and Ron had came back from wherever they were doing at the store. They came back. And so I'm where I am. Toni's where she is. Toni has her phone out. And she's like this. She has one arm up like this across her stomach, and she's scrolling, I guess. Now there's a TV right here. This is the table. Adam's gun is right here on the edge of the couch. And Brian is right here, and he's talking to me and Adam at the same time. And he's like, he was saying, the app on my phone is, or the app that was he thought was on my phone was connected to the police. Basically, saying that I was the police. I was recording him or recording the household or speaking about things that I didn't have any knowledge of, or asking too many questions, going back to the conversation about my uncle in the car and her people and what they into or whatever. And I'm telling him, like, nah, bro, you tripping. I don't really be into any of that for real. I'm not the police. I don't know about that app. So I asked him for my phone back. He was like, hold on, I'm gonna show you. It's on your phone. I bet you it's on your phone. He kept saying, I bet you got that app on your phone. No. Toni isn't saying anything. Like, she's quiet. But she pulls out a weed pen. Mind you, I didn't see Toni smoke anything but a weed pen. Wasn't no drugs. She didn't do anything in front of me. Only thing except smoke a weed pen, a vape. She asked me if I wanted to hit it. I said, yeah. I hit it, and I gave it back to her. I was coughing. And Brian, he kind of looking at her, like side-eyeing her after she let me hit the vape pen or whatever. And he said something to Adam of the nature like, yeah, people be tripping, bro. I don't know what's going on. You gotta watch. People really be the police and you don't even know it. And I see he's like real adamant about this police thing. Mind you, I don't know Adam. I mean, I don't know Brian. I don't know what he's into for real. Never heard of him. Except for when Angel was crying that when we drove Adam over there, and they was making him sound like he was just some aggressive bulldog that was a killer type. And so I'm sitting here. Ron goes in his room, which is right here. Now, Ashley, Ron's company was back there. And she comes out, and she's like right here. And she overheard Brian speaking about this app. Now, there ain't no TV playing, there's no music playing, so the conversation is pretty loud. You can clearly hear what's being said. Angel comes out of her room, and she sits at the head of this coffee table. This is her living room, so she sits right here, and she's speaking about, Ashley speaking about, yeah, I've heard about that. I've heard about that app. And so now her and Brian are engaging in the conversation. Mind you, Brian still has yet to give me my phone back. He's adamant and persistent about finding this app in my phone. Now, I don't know what he was doing before he got over there. I didn't see him high either, smoke anything. I didn't see him do that. But now I'm starting to get a little aggravated because he's not giving me my phone. But I know he got a gun, so I'm not about to be aggressive. His guy got a gun. I'm not about to be aggressive. I don't even know why he's here, for real. We didn't figure that out until Adam testified. But so now Brian and Ashley are talking about this app. Ashley's agreeing with him, like, yeah, it's a real thing, da-da-da-da. I did it before on one of my ex-boyfriend's phone, this, that, and the third. I'm like, oh, that's crazy. All right, well, let me get my phone back. I made that gesture like, yeah, let me get my phone back. I don't know what y'all got going on. And I said it just like that. And Brian was like, no, hold up. Never know, bro. You might be the police. Like, now you tripping. Where I'm from, you don't call people the police unless you got paperwork or, you know what I'm saying? You just don't do that. So now I'm like, yeah, I'm not the police, but you tripping. I'm gonna need you to give me my phone. And then Angel's right here. Like I said, she's sitting right here. I looked to Angel and I said, Angel, tell him I'm not the police. She laughed. She did a little, like a smirk or some type of laugh or something like, And I look at her like, are you tripping? You need to tell him I'm not the police and get my phone back. These your people. She like, this when she looked at me and said, well, there ain't really nothing I can do now. He here. Who is he? That's what I said. Who is he? Like, what do you mean by that? So when I say that and Angel says what she says to me, that was like me saying help. Like, can you clarify with him that I'm not no form of police? And she didn't. Like I said, she said, there's nothing I can do. He here now. And I just didn't understand the comment, the statement she made. And she got up. Angel got up and walked in her room. And Ron came out of his room, and they went in there into Angel's room. And it got eerily quiet again. Adam's still sitting right here. Adam's like, he's engaged, but he's not engaged. He's not saying anything. He's more so paying attention with his eyes, giving me like an undercut thing, like he's looking at Brian. He's looking at me. And I even asked Adam, I'm like, Adam, bro, what's up with your mans? Like, what's up with your dude? Get him. Like, I'm not the police. He was like, I don't know, bro. I don't be in all that spy tech or whatever. So now at this point, I don't feel like I'm tripping. Like I feel like, okay, you're not trying to give me my phone back. That's a problem. You just came in the home, left your girl outside, came up here for an hour straight. Now, I didn't know his girl was outside. But you just came up here for an hour straight talking about a spy app. And you insinuating that people are the police. That threw me for a loop. I was kind of threw off about that, like, all right. I need to get my phone and I need to leave because I don't know what he on. I don't know. They tripping. Angel just said what she said. She not trying to help. Mind you, this is the same guy that said, oh, I see you with a lot of jewelry. I don't know. In my head, I'm like, I'm putting two and two together like, he a weird dude, basically. Weird as ever could be. And Angel goes into her room. Ron goes into her room. They close the door. That was weird to me. I'm your company. Adam's your company. All these people in your home, basically, and you just gonna close your door, the two owners. And it also threw me for a loop when they went to the store. So I'm like, if something ain't right, I need to leave. And I kind of stand up, and I had the boat magnet in my hand. It's some type of magnet that Ron was telling me about that my uncle had brought over. And when you twist it, it's supposed to, like, you put it on a electronic, it sends off like a magnetic EMP and it fries a device or whatever. So I'm like, yeah, y'all crazy. And I was just joking, basically. I'm like, and with this magnet, I said something of the nature, I don't care what the hell y'all is, who recording in here or who the police. If I keep twisting this, it ain't gonna work anyway. So I was just joking. And I linked over with the magnet. I was twisting it. And then I set it on the table. I'm like, yeah, bro, but you can give my phone back. And he was like, no, I'm not giving you your phone back. And so it's like more than once he done told me he not giving me my phone back. And I don't know if he gave my phone to Toni to hold, or if he tucked it in the couch by her. It looked like he gave it to her. So now I'm feeling weird, like I'm not scared yet. I'm feeling weird though. So I look back at the door, because I'm sitting right here. I look back at the door to see if it was locked, and I'm just about to leave. I was about to leave. And he was like, yeah, I don't think you want to do that. I made a motion like this. I got up out my seat a little bit, and when he said it, it made me sit back down. What you mean? He was like, yeah, I don't think you want to do that. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, I got somebody outside. He's like, you ever been in a situation, he said something of the nature, you ever been in a situation where you don't know what's really going on, but you're talking too much, And I'm like, nah, I haven't. So I asked him for my phone again. I'm like, yeah, I'm about to get up out of here. He's like, you're not going anywhere. He was like, he said something of the nature, I got my kids at home. And if you got kids, you're not going to make it to see your kids tonight. And at that time, that's when he pulled the gun out. Adam gets up and walks this way. He didn't walk past me. He took the long way. And as he's walking, he's telling me, he's like, I told you so. I told you. You should have just left.
He said that?
Yes, ma'am. And then when he gets about right here, he's holding the gun like this. He was like, you should have just left. You should have just left. So now I'm scared. Now I'm in fear for my life. Why did he just switch on me? Why did he just pull his gun on me? And Brian pulling his gun out, that's on him. That gun was never on Toni. Brian had that gun on him, on his person. He pulled it out. And I look over, I see Adam with his gun out, pointed at me. And Brian got his gun out, and he's putting it on the table. And that's when he says again, he said, you don't know what's going on. You've never been in a situation where you just don't know what's going on. And I want to move, but I'm stuck. I want to run, but I'm a deer in the headlights. I'm like, I got this guy right here to the left of me with a gun on me, and this guy right here with a gun on me. Toni's sitting there, quiet. She's still on her phone. She hasn't even taken it down. It's like she's just doing this and looking around. And he looked over at Adam again. Brian looks over at Adam. And in him looking over at Adam, I lunged for the gun on the table. But his attention instantly turned back to me, reaching for the gun. And that's when the brawl over the gun, and we fighting over this gun. It's not in the holster. The gun wasn't in the holster. It was in the holster when it was on his hip. But when he pulled it out, it wasn't on the holster. So at the same time, we reaching for this gun together, basically. He throwing punches at me. I'm screaming, I'm not the police, I'm not the police. You tripping. Like, I just wanted to get the gun because Adam had just branded his weapon at me. I was trying to leave. They wasn't having that. At this time, we fighting over the gun. This table gets flipped this way. Toni gets up, moves over here. But I'm not really paying attention to her because I'm wrestling with Brian over this gun. So he got his hand on it, I got my hand on it. We throwing punches at each other. He kind of getting over on me. When I mean getting over on me, he's lightweight winning the fight. And us fighting over this gun, I don't know how he got me to the ground. but this is when he bit me in my face. Sometimes I tried to roll out of his hold. He had me in like some type of chokehold. I don't know. He bit me in my face, and he's like edging the gun to my head. And I never once, I don't know, it's, when you in situations like that, time slows down for real. It really does. So I'm not able to pay attention to everything everybody's doing. I just know that I need to get this gun, and if he get it, he gonna shoot me. I know he is. I'm still screaming, I'm not the police. I'm screaming, I don't want to die. And we're fighting over it. He bit me in my face. I have the pictures that show the bite marks that was on my face.
It's going to be defense K.
His
Go ahead and circle it. Just show me where it's at.
his teeth made an impression on my cheek. If we were standing up, I wouldn't have never let him get this close to my face. The only way he was able to bite me like that is because I was face down, laying on my belly, and he had me in a chokehold from the back. But I got the gun like this, and he got the gun. So I guess he was trying to.
Don't guess what he's trying to do. Just tell me what happens.
From what happened, I believe he was trying to bite me so I would let go of the gun. I didn't let go. And he's punching me. He's punching me. Then he calls Adam. I don't know what Adam was doing the whole time. But I know at this point is when they pistol with me. Adam hit me in the head with the pistol, and the gun went off. Now, can you put the scene of the actual living room that I sketched out? Yes. This table is flipped. I have a.
Are those already marked or are those new ones? Or L and M?
As you can see, the table is flipped. And in the next slide, the next exhibit, we are in this area Me and Brian are fighting in this area. Not so much towards the door, but right in front of where I was sitting at. Can you go back to the, yeah. So right here about this area is where we're fighting. I'm laying,
What happened? Ken Masich. Oh, try. Of course, Jeff just walked out the door. Aha. Is that L? Oh, there we go. Go ahead, Mr. Nixon. Oh, sorry. There you go.
zoom out a little bit, please. So my head is right here. I'm laying this way though.
Your feet towards the other couch?
Yes, ma'am. Brian is basically straddled me from the back in the headlock. And that's how he was able to bite me. We're still tussling over the gun. He yells to Adam, "Bro, do something." I don't know exactly where Adam was standing, but can you go back to the other slide, the one by the front door? Yes. So I'm fighting as bad as I basically could. Like I don't want to die. Like this dude, he straddled me. He got this gun in my head. So I'm like trying to jolt him off of me, if that makes sense. Like I'm flopping around like a fish on the ground, basically. And Adam comes from wherever he was standing. He's right here now, right here. My head is right here. As I'm getting up to raise up, Adam clocks me over the top of the head with the pistol. Like at least maybe 3 times. And on that first clock though, I instantly start bleeding. On the second one, I don't know if his finger was on the trigger when he did it. The gun went off and it went through. If you could put the that back on there, yes, yes. Now in my illustration, I thought it was a .45 caliber because his gun resembled a .45 caliber handgun, ACP, but through his testimony, it's a 9mm. The bullet from him pistol whipping me went off and it went through that wall. So he would be standing right here. I'm right here, laying this way. This is my head right here. Brian was on top of me as I'm getting up. Adam like I said, he pistol with me. The gun went off. His gun shot this way. I'm basically giving them a fight for my life. I'm not making it easy for them. Yeah, y'all just threatened me. I'm fighting for my life. And at this point, when that gun went off, Adam kind of stepped back like this way. And I'm bleeding. Brian still got a hold of my wrist and the gun. And I ended up like getting it from him, kind of twisting his wrist. Now I'm like laying on my back now. I had a little bit of blood in my eyes from the pistol whipping. I hear, so now I'm laying on my back and I'm looking this way, and I hear.
Down the hallway?
Yeah, I'm looking this way, but I'm also still wrestling the gun kind of like, and I see a male come from here, and I got hit with a machete on my right side. I still got the mark. But in the pictures that were taken by detectives, it shows the same way as the bite mark on my face is healing, so is the machete cut. It actually went down from here to here and a little bit down my pants. Like I got a mark on my leg as well. The only male that was in the back room at that time was Ron. I don't hear Toni. She's not calling for help. She's not calling for the police. It was like she was just watching him.
Is it the picture that was taken the same time as the picture of your cheek in the police station?
No, it was a picture of me in the interrogation room with my
Yeah,
shirt off.
when the same time they took the picture of your cheek, when the detective came in after they
Yes, ma'am.
questioned you? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I don't have it. Actually, I might. Oh, yeah. Yep. Both of these. One of them, you can see it clear. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Can you maybe darken it? That's as dark as it goes. I'm not sure if you can see it, but this little line right here, from here to here, and then I also have a mark here where it kind of skipped because of my belt. Like, I was cut. That was bleeding, but I think my clothes were soaking it up. Ron, I don't know where he went after that. I don't know if he went back in his room. I don't know if he was panicking or just trying to help them. I don't know. But I kind of let go of the gun at that point. Held like where I was cut at. And this is when Adam climbed on top of me now, straddled me frontwards, and he ended up punching me in my face. But he had the gun in his hand, like it was like a, I guess you could say he pistol with me too. So. But I end up like grabbing the gun again, and we're tussling for it still. I don't know where Adam is standing at this point. Like I said, he just got done pistol whipping me and this gun went off and the bullet went that way. I end up getting the gun, but I'm still laying down on my back. Adam punches me and pushes off.
Adam?
Brian punches me and pushes off. And that's when I pointed the gun. I didn't fire at Brian because he ducked and ran into the kitchen. Can you show the area of the home that I drew? The sketch that I drew. So now I have the gun, and Toni lunged at me. I don't know if she was trying to take it and she didn't see me get the gun from Brian. I shot 3 times. I guess Only way I can really show you is if I demonstrated it. I don't know if she's seen me with the gun. I don't know if she's seen it. Like, I had got it from him, but Brian kind of moved out the way and went into the kitchen in a quick motion. And as he's moving, she's moving in too. I don't know if she was trying to help him, but as she's reaching down, I let 2 shots off, but I'm on my way up. And I guess the 2 shots that I let off, they hit her here and she spent. And as I'm coming up, I shot again. And then I turned to where Adam and Brian were. All my shots came this way.
Put an X where you were.
Pardon me?
Put an X where you were. So by the opening to the kitchen?
Kind of. It's a wall right here.
Right.
She didn't, try to leave or go into the other room. She was trying to help Brian get the gun from me. I don't know, trial and court etiquette, but the best way I could show you is if I demonstrate it.
Are you asking?
Yes, ma'am.
Have Mr. Perry assist. You can step down from the witness stand.
So she was shot in her. Immediately hurt? Yeah. Okay. So I'm on the ground. She's reaching down with that.
You know what, I can't hear
Yeah, yes, you just gotta keep your voice up.
I'm on the ground. I got the gun from Brian. Brian jolts that way because I got the gun now. She's reaching down for the gun, and I let 2 shots off, boom, boom, and it turns her that way. But I'm getting up at the same time, quickly, and then that's when I shot. And it went downward.
Okay, go ahead and have a seat.
She was more bent down than Mr. Perry was. At this point, one of his bullets had already went off, so I don't know if he knew, but that bullet in the kitchen, it sounded like somebody racked the gun again, and not knowing that he already had one in the head. But it wasn't my gun, so I don't know how many bullets was in there. I don't know. The autopsy report, the actual fragments that were pulled out of Miss Westover were hollow points. And that one in the kitchen is not a hollow point, it's a red tip, flathead. I didn't, it wasn't I didn't have time to do anything but that. They were in there, excuse my French, kicking my ass. All because of whatever he had going on in his head. I don't know. Calling me the police. He even called her the police. I didn't have a gun. They brought guns. They had machete. When I told the detective they had plastic, I could have mistaken that rollout big sticker as plastic. I wasn't technically on it, but it looked like they were about to roll it out. I mean, you know, it didn't look right. Adam's sight, or that laser that's by the door, when he said that he dumped everything out, trying to show me what was in the bag. I don't know if Adam called him over there. He was mad that I was having sex with that girl and he was in the living room.
Okay, stop, don't speculate. Just tell me what you did or what you believe or what you thought, but don't speculate on what other people thought. Gentlemen, you know the sign in front of the door that says court's in session? It's not a suggestion. So if you leave, you're not coming back in. Go ahead, Mr. Nixon.
I don't know. I don't know why this happened. I don't know. I didn't start it. I could have never started it. I didn't have a gun. And like I said before, Adam's gun was already out. It was never in his waistband like they said. It wasn't. It was out, pointed at me. That's his friend.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. We're going to just take a half-hour break, and then you can decide if that is the conclusion and wrap up your testimony before we begin cross-examination. So you can go ahead and step down, have a seat at the table. I am going to indicate, I don't know, Detective Hornacek, did you get a hold of the detective we were referring to? And what is the results? Thank you. And then as for the address that Ms. Easter gave to Mr. Masich regarding where Mr. Gale's parents live, which was 588 Dayton Street, a deputy went to that residence in an attempt to serve notice to appear in court today. There were 3 separate doors. All 3 doors were knocked on, and no one has answered the door. So there has been no service on Mr. Gale. All right, we're going to adjourn till 2 o'clock, and then we will resume.
Um, so now I have the gun. Um, and I believe it was Adam. He pointed it at me again, and I kind of peeked around the kitchen corner. He pointed it at me, and I kind of backed away, and so I wouldn't get shot in the face. He proceeded to run. He ran out the back door. And the back door, which was Ron Cruz's room, the sliding door, he ran out. I'm panicking at this time. Brian follows him. I chase after Brian. I grabbed Brian by the back of his shirt because I felt like they were trying to get away with what they just did, what they were trying to do. Brian yelled to Adam, "Shoot him." That's when you see Adam reaching in, and Adam reached back in with his gun and pointed it at me again. Now, mind you, this is an apartment, close quarters. I don't know who lives next door. I don't know the surrounding areas. I shot enough times that I felt to save my life. It wasn't, I wasn't out to kill the whole household. I could have shot more times, but I chose not to. At which time that people were running away, so. I have training as a, when I did my training to be an armed security officer, they teach you about your background when shooting, knowing your surroundings, and so I think it kind of clicked in my head, like I can't just randomly shoot everywhere, may stray and hit somebody that wasn't involved in the situation or something like that. So I chose not to shoot. So I think I heard Brian yell something like, he shot her, call the police. I looked at Angel and I asked her to help again, and She kept asking me, what did I do? I told her to call the police too. I looked around for my phone, couldn't find it. I grabbed Tony's purse, and that's when I went out the back door as well. And I panicked. I knew that I didn't have my phone, and I thought that Brian had gave her my phone, and she had put it in her purse, as well as me looking for the vape pen I had touched, because I know my DNA was on it. And I didn't take anything from the purse. I just left it where it was at. Couldn't find my phone, couldn't find the vape pen. I ran with her gun. I did have her gun. I ran with it. And I just kept running. I took the gun because I knew that they went out first, and I didn't know if they were still on BS, maybe shoot me on the way out. I don't know. I ran in some train tracks and some wooded areas. I just kept running and running and running until I came to like a junkyard of some sort, and I just hid out till the next morning. I end up dropping the gun, and when I got further away from them, and I felt I was no longer in danger, I can't tell you where it is.
You can or cannot?
Cannot. I have a few different exhibits I was trying to submit as evidence as far as the messages and
I think he's got it pulled up. To celebrate?
no, it that computer doesn't hold a battery, so every time we pull something up, it just erases.
Well, why isn't it plugged in?
So I pulled it up back there. Yeah, may I?
Sure. Is it on ClickShare, Mr. Jerry? I think you have to go over there, though, and change that thing to computer or on the main thing back there. I'm not 100% sure. There you go.
Your Honor, this program, Cellubrite, takes a little minute to upload.
You also got to click on the ClickShare.
Your Honor, may I sit here?
Yes, you may. I'll make it easier. All right, we're going to call this Exhibit P.
And these messages that I'm showing
P.
you, these are the messages of Angel.
Well, let's start with Angel Marie on this is, all
Angel McClain.
right, and then who's Ink Goat True?
True, that's Ingo True. That is my account,
Facebook?
Facebook name.
All right. So just so we know who's speaking to whom when you go through these. But-
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead.
So on July 20th, that would be the day she came and got me from my mother's home. Where you at? I'll bring you a cig, babe. I'm at my mom's. That's me. She texts back, it's on Wilbeth, grab my, I don't know what she was referring to. And then she called me. And yeah, so from where you at, I'll come bring you a cig is when she came and got me and picked me up. So it was July 20th to the 25th I was there. We had a I wouldn't say it was an argument. It was more so I made a statement as I was leaving, and I told her that the next time you shouldn't invite someone to the home if you're intimate with somebody else, basically. Referring to her and Adam, right? And yeah, so while Angel was out of the apartment one day, after me and Angel had sex earlier that day, Adam was in the room, in the living room. Mind you, her room was right there. You could hear everything. When she left, he stated to me, he said, you know, I had sex with her the other day. She known for getting around. She probably downstairs with the dude that got the cameras. And so when he said that, I knew that he felt some type of way about me being with the woman that he's known for several years on and off. And during his during Brian's testimony or his interview with the police, he stated that I was talking crazy and I had felt some type of way about Angel cheating, I guess. But Brian wasn't there at the time. So the only way that he would have known that is if Adam would have told him that. And I never told Brian that. So the only way he would have known that is if Adam would have told him that.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Go ahead, Mr. Nixon, move on.
So basically these messages show that there was some type of...
So that's argument for closing arguments.
Yes, ma'am. And so Your Honor, in my testimony I gave today, I stated a few things as far as time duration from when Brian came up to the apartment and his demeanor when he came in the apartment and the actions that he did. I would like to play Adam Wright's interview with the police.
I'm not going to permit that. I mean, I've heard your testimony, I heard his testimony, I heard Adam Wright's testimony. It's my decision or my, I guess, responsibility as the trier of fact to make those decisions. But you cannot impeach. I think that's what you're trying to do.
No, ma'am, I was just, I was basically trying to, he did say different things to the detective, what he said on the stand and what he said on the stand, but what I was basically trying to do was prove the validity of some of the things that I said in my
Which you cannot use extrinsic evidence to corroborate your testimony. So it's just, it's not permissible. So that request is denied. What else do you have, Mr. Nixon? A direct examination of yourself.
I have my OPATA certificate. I would like to-
Identify it, please, and mark it as MNOP. Q? Exhibit Q, I guess?
Yes.
What was O and P?
P was the flash drive we just showed the texts.
P was the celebrate.
I missed N and O. What's N and O?
So this is, O'Connor is Q. This will be Q. They're on the screen here. They're on the screen.
Yes.
You sure? Yep. Alicia.
Okay, I have it. Thank you.
All right, just look up there at the camera and identify that document. I changed it over to DocuCam. There you go.
The document, Exhibit Q, is my Ohio Peace Officer Training Commission certificate.
What's the date on that? March 18th?
March 18th, 2018.
And when's it valid through?
You have to recert every year, but it's valid for 5 years.
All right. What else, Mr. Nixon?
I would also like to submit the toxicology report
From where?
from the forensic lab of,
Ms. Westover?
yes, ma'am.
Is that included in your autopsy report?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay. So that's already been included in the state's exam, and since no one's here to identify it, you can't submit it now. You probably should have asked the medical examiner. But it is, I've been told that it's part of the state's autopsy protocol that they submit it, so it is into evidence. So whatever's on that report, you can clearly argue in your summation or closing arguments.
Yes, ma'am. I don't believe we had anyone come in and testify about the BCI report, which states my DNA wasn't on anything. So I was wondering, am I still able to submit it as evidence?
Someone testified.
The detective testified.
Detective
Your Honor.
Hornacek, yeah. Are you prepared to stipulate to the BCI report?
That is fine, Your Honor.
All right, that'll be PQR, Exhibit R. And the state is prepared to stipulate to the authenticity of that report.
Yes, ma'am. And,
All right.
are we doing that? And, yeah. This is a live cartridge that was found in the kitchen.
You're marking that photograph as Exhibit S?
Yes, ma'am. And, Exhibit S basically shows that,
Don't tell me what it shows. Just tell me what it is. It's a
it's a
picture of
picture
a
of the bullet.
live round,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
With a red tip on it?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you see that
Yes,
cartridge?
Your Honor.
In the, no, not you, Mr. Nixon.
Pardon
Did
me.
you see that cartridge in the house before that picture was taken?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. All right, anything else? Any other exhibits? I think that was testified to by Detective Hornacek regarding, that's in the kitchen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
I was making reference to the cartridge with the red tip
Right?
is a,
Well, that's for argument. And you've already testified about it, so I understand that. So
okay. And then,
what's that?
this is the projectile recovery from,
This is going to be you. And is that pictures from the, I'm sorry, T. Is that from the autopsy?
yes, ma'am. Part of the medical examiner's PowerPoint.
Okay. Fragments. From victim.
And this just shows,
Don't tell me what it shows. That's my job to decide what it
Yes, ma'am.
shows. All right. Are you done with your direct examination? Go ahead and take a seat. Well, then we all better go back in here in the jury room. Terry, you go back. We're going in the back room for a minute.
all of us.
Yes, you're representing yourselves, so you can be part of it.
Mr. Nixon by the state of Ohio. After discussing with the parties in chambers, we believe it would be best suited to halt that testimony. But because Detective McConnell is here at my request, because of requests that Mr. Nixon made earlier in the day, we are going to proceed with Detective McConnell's testimony, and then we are going to adjourn for the day after that. So, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Go ahead and have a seat. You may proceed, Mr. Nixon.
Detective McConnell, on,
Well, let's start with your full name, please.
can you state your full name for the record, please?
Detective Darren McConnell,
Can you spell it, please?
McConnell.
And Detective McConnell, what is it that you do for a living?
I'm sorry,
What is it that you do for a living?
I'm a police officer.
Okay, and what is your job detail?
I'm currently a detective assigned to the property room.
And what does that assignment insist? Basically, what is it that you do in that assignment?
I currently work in the property room, so when evidence or property is submitted, I basically check the property in and log it, put it on a shelf.
Okay. And how long have you been doing this?
About a year and a half, since May 15th of 23.
Okay. And are you familiar with the case at hand today?
I am.
And do you have any recollection of interviewing me?
Yes.
And so So, you say you're in charge of submitting evidence, and in this case, are you familiar with the evidence?
I'm not in charge of submitting evidence now. I'm assigned to the property room,
Oh, excuse me. And
so I check in evidence when people bring it in.
okay, so you checked the evidence in. Are you familiar with the evidence that was checked in on this case?
I did not check it in that case.
Okay. Are you familiar with a BCI and I submission sheet?
I am.
Exhibit U, I think, is that what we're on, Mr. Perry? Go ahead and hand it to him, ask him if he knows what, it recognizes it.
Detective McConnell, can you identify that sheet?
Yeah, this is our BCI submission form.
And are you able to visibly see the highlighted paragraph?
I am.
Can you read for the court what it says?
Toni Westover was shot and killed inside the apartment at 2260 Maryland Avenue. The suspect and several witnesses were inside of the apartment when the homicide took place. The suspect fought over the gun and holster prior to the victim being shot. The suspect grabbed the victim's purse before running from the apartment. He dropped the below purse in the backyard as he ran.
And I guess my question would be, was it you that submitted this, that submission sheet?
Yes,
And was it you that wrote that, what you just read?
yes.
And I would like to know, or like you to state for the court, where did you come about finding that information?
In that paragraph,
Yes.
that was based on the statements we received that night and also the evidence and its locations.
And when you said statements, those were statements from on the actual murder scene
Correct.
or the alleged murder scene? So in that statement, you said you got it from interviews on the scene that night, correct?
Correct.
And this narrative was told to you by, would you know who?
I'm sorry?
Whoever
Who
you,
told you there was a struggle for the gun?
The witnesses that we spoke to.
And who were they?
There were several different witnesses, not necessarily people that I spoke to. This is just a brief synopsis that we're submitting to BCI, asking them, explaining a quick story as to what happened. So it's not a very detailed, oriented statement from the witnesses. It's just all that information combined in a synopsis.
so those, that statement given was from a witness that was on the scene.
A combination of the witnesses' statements, yes.
Okay. No further questions. That was it.
Any cross, Miss Easter?
Yes, Your Honor, may I stay right here, please?
Yes.
You were, good afternoon, Detective McConnell.
I'm sorry?
I said, good afternoon, Detective McConnell.
Good afternoon.
You were asked on direct examination about the interview. You were present during the interview with Quinton Nixon, correct?
Correct.
During that interview, you and Detective Hornacek was present as well, correct?
Correct.
During that interview, you asked the defendant about his injuries, is that correct?
Correct.
And during that time, he let you know about his injuries, isn't that correct?
He did.
He told you about a bite mark on his face and injuries on or about his head, correct?
He did.
At any time, this defendant never once stated that he was cut by a machete, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And he never once showed you an injury from a machete, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And in that synopsis, it said there was a fight for a gun. Is
Yes.
that correct? It doesn't say who he was fighting for the gun, isn't that correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
What's the date on that report, that submission report?
There's no date on this. It just asked for the incident date.
Okay. So you have no idea when that was typed up?
I do not.
Do you have any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Detective. You may step down. All right, so pursuant to what I've already put on the record, it's 3 o'clock. We're going to adjourn for the day. And Ms. Easter, did I hear you're here today, tomorrow, and Friday morning, correct?
I'm here tomorrow, and I could have
No,
made myself.
I understand that. I'm just thinking maybe I will have Mr. Nixon brought over tomorrow, just so we can get an update, and then we can also get a list of what needs to be done. Now, Mr. Perry won't be here, but if you need the assistance of an attorney, I will get you one.
Your Honor, I would also like to go over evidence as well.
So until you rest, your exhibits don't get admitted. So technically, you haven't been cross-examined, and if there's one or two more witnesses that you may call, then at the end of your case, you'll move those exhibits into evidence. So you'll keep those until your case is rested, and then we'll talk about your exhibits,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? All right, so I'm gonna have him brought over tomorrow after lunch. That gives you all the morning to kind of maybe get some information, and then we'll at least have an update.
Yes, Your Honor. You want to do around 1?
Yes, please.
Okay.
All right, we're adjourned. Thank you.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free.